All right. All right. So right now we're live streaming severe weather across the northern and central plains. That's happening right now. Severe thunderstorms are developing across South Dakota and even Nebraska, and there's there's a significant chance that this produces some high winds across, across the.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, as you can see right now, there's severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. In fact, PDS severe thunderstorm warnings in some cases. So let's go directly to the latest radar and break down exactly what is happening and what that looks like. So right now we have, of course, the the SPC has a day one slight risk of severe weather across South Dakota, Nebraska, and even a little bit of Kansas. So that's kind of the area that we're watching. And then there's not really much of a tornado risk at all with this. A 2% chance in this area, because there is the potential for some supercells and stuff like that. Now we have a 15% chance of damaging winds. That's the main hazard with these storms. And a SIG 1 area, which is, basically winds up to 75 miles an hour. And then for the hail, it's basically a 5% chance. So not much for. So not much for the hail and tornado side of things, but mostly going to be damaging winds. So now let's take a look at now here's a look at the latest radar. So this is this is the main part that we're looking at. Of course, you can see the yellow area is the slight risk of severe weather, and then of course we have two severe thunderstorm watches. Before we just had this one. Now they added another severe thunderstorm watch 533, and then we have 534. And right now, the main severe thunderstorm activity is centered here in Nebraska, pretty much with this severe thunderstorm warning, which actually is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with an observed wind threat of 80 miles per hour. So we're already seeing some very dangerous winds, coming out of these storm systems. And so especially this one, because this looks super cellular. Like, this could end up, like, just from the look of it on reflectivity, you would be like, oh, is this going to produce a tornado? Even I think the reflectivity is going up to 70 decibels. So we're looking at large hail with this too. The hail threat is radar indicated of only 0.88 inches, so less than an inch of hail. But the main thing is going to be this wind. And I think also you could see right here out ahead of this. Let me kind of annotate this, that you could see kind of this outflow coming out of the storm, which is going to really lead to some destructive winds. I think that's, as we play it through, you can see that outflow coming out of the storm. That's going to be driving in those very intense winds. So we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and then a considerable severe thunderstorm warning kind of as a part of that. And it looks like let me check this. Yeah, so just basically we have couple severe thunderstorm warnings even getting issued over here on the eastern part of the line. At one point the severe thunderstorm warning got canceled, and then they kind of have added it back, and this is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so just a standard severe thunderstorm warning. But definitely the area inside this severe thunderstorm watch is definitely verifying. But we also, up to the north, have something that's going to be important to watch. There is a severe thunderstorm warning up in South Dakota, and these storms are also in an environment that's pretty favorable, so they have a severe thunderstorm watch. For this region, these storms are less organized for now, but we'll see what happens as we go over time. But this one right here, for this area of storms right here in Nebraska, is kind of, that's the biggest risk that we're watching right now. And let's see if all right, yeah. So kind of tracking this destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, showing for southern Cherry County and north central Thomas County, Nebraska. Of course, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely too. The locations impacted include Brownlee and Highway 83 crossing the North Loop River. This includes the following highways: Highway 2 near mile marker 208, Highway 83 between mile markers 152 and 172. And let's see what else. Also, the thing is, these thunderstorms, even though the hail isn't such a big threat, there's going to be a lot of rain. And so there's also flash flood warnings being issued in various places in the area. And so it's also a kind of a flash flood risk as well. We have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but 7 flood alerts. So that's one big thing. And then so that's that. And then all right, new alert. Let's see what's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Minnesota. Minnesota under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's check that out too. So there's actually severe weather going on in several places. We have severe thunderstorm warning over Grand Forks. That's that looks like that has been dropped actually. Let's go to this one. Okay, we have severe thunderstorm warning for central Kuchiking County in north central Minnesota, northwestern St. Louis County in northeastern Minnesota. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Radar indicated severe thunderstorms will be near Big Falls around 5:20 p.m. Central Time. So that's a standard 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. But this destructive severe thunderstorm warning is actually headed straight for the North Platte radar site. That's going to be interesting. Kind of not good actually. For to end up impacting the radar site. But we'll kind of see what happens. With that. Yeah. Yeah. For everybody tuning in, yeah. Thanks for joining the stream. I see your uh, message, Raul Perez. You're asking about the Atlantic when there's going to be tropical cyclone development in the Atlantic. Yeah, that's a great question because the Atlantic is looking pretty quiet, partially due to the El Nino that's going on. That's a big part of it, and there's Saharan dust and things like that, but really just not a lot of tropical waves being able to organize. And actually, we can look at that. Let's see, real quick. The Atlantic is actually looking pretty quiet. There could be some tropical activity in August as we go toward the peak season. Climatologically, we should see some more activity going on in the peak season as we go toward like September, October, that kind of time frame. But it looks like it's going to be below average. So let me just show this is the GFS model, tropical tidbits, just showing there is a tropical wave kind of moving across into the Caribbean right now. And there's, nice high pressure that would actually steer this. If it were to form, it would actually get steered kind of into the northern Caribbean, and then it could end up moving toward, maybe the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, even the southeastern coast of the U.S. That's something that would be possible if this were to form, which the GFS did show a little bit of development out of it a couple days ago, but now has taken that away. But look, the main development region is very much dry. And it's looking like, a lot of just dry air in the Atlantic and a very suppressed intertropical convergence zone, of course, because, again, with an El Nino, you're going to see less activity, more stable air over the Atlantic, and more action going on in the Pacific. But we do see sort of another kind of tropical wave or trough kind of thing in the central Atlantic around August 6th, or August 5th, or August 6th. That might have some potential to develop, but it looks like a lot of the activity is going to be like, you get some frontal activity off the East Coast that could develop into some tropical system, or you'll get maybe a tropical wave that tries to like interact with a favorable area kind of off the southeastern U.S. But it really looks like if there's going to be anything, it's over the western part of the Atlantic. The main development region is not that favorable. Even if we were to switch to the kind of moisture plot to just show like there's not a whole lot of moisture out there. It's looking, pretty dry and or at least disorganized. Now, this is where things get interesting. If we go to the weekly CFS model, it actually, let's see, if we go to the weekly CFS model, notice it's very dry over the next 7 days, from July 30th to August 6th. Very dry, except for some moisture off the east coast of the U.S. Again, super dry for August. If you see, this is where the intertropical convergence zone is. It's very, very, very suppressed. I'm like, wow, to see the entire Atlantic this dry, we're not going to see a lot in terms of tropical activity. And then that continues going into August 13th to August 20th, August 20th to 27th. This is incredible, actually. And then we have this activity going on kind of out in the central part of the Atlantic. This could be extratropical. It could, who knows? This is just precipitation patterns, not showing individual storm systems. But from August 20th to 27th, still looking dry, super dry, even going out into September. By the time we get to September, we could see some stuff happening, but it almost looks like it might be just like they call them fish storms, stuff that doesn't really impact anybody, just storm activity out in the middle of nowhere. That's a possibility. Or maybe some activity trying to get near Florida. We'll see, but there's not really a consistent signal for any activity going on. There could be a couple storm systems that sneak up, like Arthur and Bertha. We got 2 named storms in the Atlantic, so far this season that kind of just showed up. So that's going to be the main opportunity. We're not like seeing big, signals for strong tropical waves in the Atlantic doing anything significant. And then, there's no tropical activity expected in the next week or so in the Atlantic. If we were to go to, the NHC outlook, I don't think, there's no tropical activity in the next 7 days. Now, a couple days ago, we had a Cat 5 in the Eastern Pacific. This is where things get very interesting. And I know this is actually, separate from the severe weather going on, but this is actually very interesting to watch, meteorologically. We had a couple days ago a Cat 5 Hurricane Genevieve in the Eastern Pacific, and it rapidly intensified like at an incredible rate. Now we have, now it's down to 75 miles an hour. So it's weakening down, and that's pretty much going to be it for Genevieve, and there's not even disturbances behind it yet. But if we look at the ensembles, and we're going to go back to the CFS model, this is this is actually a great discussion, actually. So basically, if we look at this is the CFS model going over the next week. Not much in the Eastern Pacific. This is the track of Genevieve. That green area you see, we see it by the tropics. This is the El Nino convective enhancement. We'll call it that. This is Genevieve going away. Then the Eastern Pacific is dry after that, temporarily for a few days. It's going to be dry. Then we go into days 8 to 14, and we go 8 to 14, still dry. So there could be a break in the tropical activity for the Eastern Pacific, like kind of by the coast of Mexico. There's not going to be, if you're in Central America, even the Caribbean, you're pretty safe over the next 8 to 14 days. At least that's what it looks like for now, based on the general pattern. It's not favoring extreme tropical activity, but you never know. So always, this is hurricane season. Even in an inactive period, you should still be paying attention to the latest forecast models, and tropical weather updates, which, I was doing some of those. And I kind of watch the weather patterns, even in the short range and also the long range like this. So you could kind of know what to expect. And for example, then we're going into mid-August. The activity is not super high across the eastern part of the Pacific. And this is something I'm actually wondering if the El Nino has something to do with this or if it's a separate pattern. But it looks like this area is actually going to be cooled down for a while. But we do have a very, very active monsoon going on in the northwestern part of Mexico and the western half of the U.S. So that's going to be something to watch. Then as we go into that's the Eastern Pacific. Let's switch over to the Central Pacific really quickly, and then I'll actually go to the ensembles just to kind of show what we're looking at there. This is the Central Pacific, or I could even zoom out to the north, the whole North Pacific, because we also have activity over there. There's a super typhoon Dolphin happening, which could end up hitting Japan, I think. It looked like it could, go past southern Japan. But here's the Eastern Pacific. Tropical activity you can see going into mid-August, so it looks like it's after Genevieve. We're going to see a quiet period in both tropics. Really, it looks like. Except notice what's happening in the Central Pacific. We start seeing some activity. Possibly Hawaii might have to watch for some more activity. We had Fausto, came close, didn't end up hitting Hawaii at all. But notice there's some, tropical moisture reaching up into Hawaii. And then, of course, the whole western U.S. is going to be lit up through the month of August with a lot of moisture, a lot of monsoon, enhancement. So that's going to be pretty interesting to watch. And of course, the Central Pacific looks like it's going to be more active than the Eastern Pacific, going all the way into September 10th, according to the CFS model. Now, of course, that's subject to change, but that's what the pattern looks like right now. Now, let's transfer into the this is precipitation anomalies from the Euro ensemble, but I was going to show actual ensemble tracks, and you can see the track of Dolphin, super typhoon Dolphin, over kind of towards Japan. Even I think eastern China could be impacted by that. So there's interesting stuff going on everywhere. But here's the ensemble tracks, and this is where things get interesting for the Pacific. So this is the full basin. Hopefully you could see this clearly. Maybe we will just zoom into the Eastern Pacific for now, because we have Genevieve. You can see that goes off to the north and the west. And then behind that, we kind of see things quiet down, except then we might end up seeing around August 6th, start to see some more tropical development start, going on. And there's the potential that something develops somehow in mid-August, kind of the early to mid-August time frame. And this is going to be the Atlantic. I don't see a whole lot in terms of Atlantic activity, except there is a slight hint on the Euro ensemble, and even the GFS model was hinting at some possibility of some development in the southwestern Atlantic that could end up clipping the Bahamas, maybe ride the east coast of the U.S. around this big ridge of high pressure. So that's going to be something to see. And then if we look, that's pretty much it for the tropics. I mean, so the Western Pacific, is where there's the typhoons going on. We had super typhoon Dolphin, churning out there, and the Eastern Pacific is kind of pretty active, but then there are inactive periods as well that are being expected that I kind of was talking about. And then, then we have severe weather. We have the, I think that, the peak of the hurricane season in the Atlantic is not going to be that great, or it's not, it's not going to be very extremely active. I don't think, based on the forecast models, even if we go into the monthly forecast or even a seasonal forecast, I'm not really seeing much in terms of there's some ridging over the Atlantic and stuff, but that's too far. Yeah, the El Nino is really, and the El Nino is a huge player, which it's actually gotten to the extreme. I'm actually going to pull up some things in here, so in addition to severe weather, we're looking at a ton of other types of of weather events. And so, I track all of this stuff. So if you want to see more of that, feel free to like the stream if it's interesting or helpful, to kind of see what kind of weather events are going on out there. And also if you want more weather analysis and forecasting, hit that subscribe button, because that's my thing. I track all types of weather events, hurricanes, severe weather, winter storms, all of that, and kind of, see what's going on currently over the next few days. And, things like this, how are longer range climate patterns going to impact the weather as well? So the CFS is showing for September. Okay, the CFS, this is just kind of showing August is going to be dry, so less tropical activity there. We still have to watch, especially off the southeast coast of the US for stuff. The big thing, I think, a lot of the rain over the US is going to be the monsoon. The southeast looks like it's leaning below average in terms of precipitation in general, and also the northeast, Ohio Valley, they could see some stuff, maybe more severe weather. So I'm, if necessary, I'll be here to track that if this is something important to watch. And then we also have a couple other things. So we have this in September, possibly fish storms out in the Atlantic. It doesn't look like the Caribbean is really going to have a lot. And then we have, of course, October now. This is where things get interesting. I think October, actually, the Eastern Pacific looks kind of active, especially close to Mexico, close to Central America. And then also it looks like the southeastern U.S., the Bahamas, even, this whole area along the coast, could get affected. But also, so this is going to be something to watch, see if there's, the possibility for even some activity out here in the Atlantic, just kind of, even if it's kind of a mess, kind of all over the place. But then we have the El Nino coming in, so that's just going to fuel moisture without fueling tropical activity, because you see this is November, December, and there's going to be just soaking rain across the eastern part of the U.S., the south, even California, that is going to get just slammed, absolutely slammed. And this is going to be, content that I can, talk about in future forecast videos. I've just made a fall 2026 forecast video, kind of looking at how the super El Nino is going to be really impacting the weather. But, it continues to intensify at an extraordinary rate. This is the CFS model showing December is going to be soaking wet across the South and California. And then this continues for the whole winter, even February soaking wet. Like, California is funny because it's like sometimes January and March are wet and February is totally dry. And sometimes January is dry and February is soaking wet, or sometimes all 3 months are soaking wet. When you get a pattern like where all 3 months, January, February, and March, are soaking wet, or December, January, and February are all soaking wet, that's, it's gonna be a year with a lot of it's gonna be a solid winter for precipitation. Also, so there's actually a very significant chance of an El Nino. Let's see. You have some other questions. Let me address those. Okay, yeah. The GFS and the forecast models for September, like for the long range, there is going to be some tropical development, but we don't, like, the precipitation model, you can't just look at like, showing, oh, it's showing some rain in the tropics. Like for the Atlantic looks below average. So the brown colors are going to be below average precipitation, you know, which doesn't mean there's not going to be any activity. Of course, there's going to be some tropical development at some point during the hurricane season, but, it's looking below average. And so I also had made a 2026 hurricane season forecast, and I had predicted a below average season. We have the various models, like, for example, if we actually had a disturbance out in the Atlantic, then we would look at, the ensembles, of course, which are not showing anything right now in the next couple weeks really for development, except, slight potential, really around the August, let's go back to the Euro ensemble, the sea surface pressure tracks. So if you're looking at, potential for development, you would look for, a track of low pressure that's being, pointed to. We're not really seeing that. So, so that's one thing. If you look, there is a slight, very slight between August, if you're looking for tropical activity in the Atlantic, there is a slight chance between August 6th and about August 9th for a slight, tropical development here in this region. So that would be an area to look at. And then, but other than that, the Atlantic is pretty dry in terms of tropical activity. If we did have a storm system, then we could see like, hurricane guidance, like the HWRF, the HAFS guidance, all of these hurricane models that, on tropical tidbits, they will track, all of these storm systems. Now, we do have for dolphin, since, we do have a super typhoon dolphin out in the Western Pacific. It's very intense. I think it had winds of like 160 miles an hour or something like that. And it looks like over time it's going to expand. Like the winds are 145 knots and, over the next 48 hours, which is pretty insane. But then if we go to the HAFS B or HAFS A parent run that kind of zooms out a little bit, it shows the environment. This is actually headed toward Japan, it looks like. Southern Japan could get hit by a typhoon, but it shows it weakens down by the time it really matters. So that's that. Now, I do have this thing I can pull up here that will show us tropical. Well, actually, no, I can't really pull that up right now. But tropical tidbits shows us dolphin. Oh, and then we have another invest in the Western Pacific. So the Western Pacific is where things are really going on. 135 knots for dolphin right now, 155 miles an hour. The Joint Typhoon Warning Center has their cone, which is pointing it actually south of Japan. And we got a new weather alert, a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida now. So that's something to look at. And yeah, so you're saying look at the Canadian model. Okay, so the Western Pacific active, Eastern Pacific was active, quiet, quiet for now, I guess, temporarily, and then now we have the Atlantic is so far, sometimes the Canadian model shows some stuff that isn't totally accurate, sometimes, but let's actually take a look at that. Here's the CMC model. That's the Canadian deterministic kind of model. Then we'll show the ensemble. Basically going through, not the CMC model goes through the next 10 days, not showing anything. The GEPS is their ensemble. Let's see if they're see, like sometimes a run will show something and then it takes it away because it's not really a consistent signal yet. Let's see, August 13th, 14th. No, there's nothing going out to August 15th in the latest run of the Canadian ensemble. GEFS, this is the American model, is showing in the, we'll go with the 12Z because the 18Z is not out totally. Let's see. 300 out to 380. Okay, there is like this, slight signal again. This is a little bit later. Well, as you can see, there's a very, very slight signal for something starting around that same August 5th time frame. So August 6th going into August 9th, 10th. It kind of is like something could spin around the ridge, but it may or may not be tropical. So all the models, they're not really showing development right now. Doesn't show. Yeah, the GDPS model isn't showing much. And let's see. Yeah, the GFS model is showing potentially a storm system. Could potentially be, there is a slight opportunity for something between August 6th or so to August 9th, is an area to watch kind of off in this highlighted region here in red, kind of. There is the potential for something to try and sneak up from the Caribbean, or like just north of the Caribbean, kind of around maybe the Bahamas or the southeastern coast of the U.S. There's a slight chance that something happens, but I'm not going to say that we're going to see a tropical cyclone forming yet, because I don't see that consistent signal right now at all. There is, if we went to a different like ensemble that actually does like spaghetti tracks, I still don't think that would be there. Like, there's the AI Euro. We could try the AI Euro, and I don't really see much for tropical activity yet. Like, I don't really see, like, they're showing, like, if we look at the Euro ensembles, you can see that some like weak tracks and stuff, but we don't see anything until, okay, here's something interesting. So, and this is the AI Euro. So, this is something to look at. So here's the AI Euro model showing, starting around August 9th, there is the potential for a, tropical sort of wave activity coming off the main development region. But does it develop into anything? Possibly. There is, and this is the end of the run, so I wouldn't trust this and say that, oh, we're going to see a hurricane in August. Maybe, maybe not. Of course, as we go towards the peak of hurricane season, things are heating up. But, like, if we were to look at, this ensemble, we're like, okay, it's good to watch. Starting around, so as I mentioned, there's the August 6th to 10th time frame. Watch, kind of around this area. Maybe on the GFS model and even some of the others. Then after around August 9th or 10th, watch the main development region and see if we can see something. Even if it's not super favorable yet, then maybe we could see something, sneaking up. But This is August 12th. We're not even in August yet, so this is 2 weeks out. You can't really trust that. So yeah, in theory, we could see a tropical system in the long range. This is something to keep an eye on as we go into mid-August. Something to watch out here in the main development region. This could end up turning and doing nothing, or it could, end up impacting the Caribbean. It could go west and do its thing. But that's kind of what we have in the AI Euro. So that ensemble is something to look at. Now we have the Google hurricane models. It's not just one model. You want to see agreement in a signal. So this is August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way out to August 10th. And the Google DeepMind kind of FNV3 models, they're saying that group of ensembles is showing not much until we get to August 10th. So again, you see that tiny area possibly off the East Coast around August 9th or so. Then this is after August 10th, going into August 13th, there's a few ensembles hinting at development here. So again, this may be something to watch as we go toward, mid-August. So, but the other models are not showing that. So that's why we kind of have to, compare and, contrast the different models. The GEFS on here is, maybe shows something a little bit different, because also these tracks of lows, these low pressure tracks up here, those are all non-tropical. So if at one point it's like certain things could be non-tropical, but again, now here's the GEFS showing that area that I highlighted, off the East Coast. But notice these tracks are very cluttered. Now it does show the potential for something, out here. But then look, the main development region is completely quiet on the GEFS. So we kind of have to look like what models are showing what, and kind of see how it plays out. So, Google DeepMind, we'll just kind of put it here. Google DeepMind is pointing at the, the main development region, but that could be climatologically biased. You could be like, and then the Euro AI, again, these are all trained on climatology, but if the environment is not favorable, just because it's the peak of hurricane season, we have the strongest El Nino ever recorded. So that's going to probably dampen the hurricane activity. You don't think? It's like, in the Atlantic. So main development region, Google DeepMind and Euro AI versus GEFS is showing this East Coast stuff, which kind of makes more sense given the pattern. Even if we looked at past hurricane seasons, like the 2015 hurricane season, we did have some hurricane activity in the main development region, but sometimes it's like clustered around the East Coast. That's, possible, especially if the main development region is unfavorable. Things kind of, can spin up off of like sort of an extratropical boundary, or you get a wave that moves a bit further west and finally finds like a pocket of favorability. So we did the AI Euro, the Google DeepMind. There's this other Gen C Google DeepMind model. And so this is kind of a weather model discussion, funny enough, that besides for the severe weather. And the Gen C model, look at that. It shows nothing all the way through August 13th. So we can't just look at one model. We kind of have to look at different ones and be like, hey, there is the potential for something. We will watch and see what happens, but we're not going to say that, there's going to be a storm developing, for certain or very likely or, anything like that. So these are kind of ensemble tracks showing what could happen, and this is the Euro. Now, look at this. So the Euro, same thing, showing that development potential in that area I highlighted from August 6th to August 10th. And then, at the same time, they show slight potential in the main development region after August 10th. So that's, I would put that together as the most reasonable picture. Possible development in the southwestern Atlantic, kind of northeast of the Bahamas, kind of around the east coast of the U.S. from August 6th to August 10th is, one area to watch. Area to watch number 2 in the long range, subject to a lot of change, would be the main development region after August 10th going toward mid-August. That's what I see is the most likely scenario according to the, comparing the Euro ensemble with all the other models. So that's my take on the hurricane activity over the next couple weeks and really going into all the way into mid-August. Now here's the Euro ensemble for the East Pacific and Central Pacific. Of course, there could be some activity out here. Again, I said Hawaii might need to watch, and you could see some stuff kind of going over there. But that's in the next 10 days. That's that. I mean, so that's kind of what we got over there. Now, let's go back to I'm going to actually go back to the severe weather, check in on the severe weather across the U.S. Because that was the mainstream. But yeah, the European model, yes, does show activity. The Google DeepMind model, basically, yeah, the American model does show something. The AI model from Google, they have two. They have the Gen C and the FNV3. So if you just go to like weathernerds.org or Tropical Tidbits, they'll show kind of what they'll show you the models and the different different models show different things. I don't see any category 4 hurricane or anything. That's not something that we're expecting, or even can say is going to happen definitively right now at this point without some sort of forecast model indications. Now, I will say, let me just show this dashboard with the El Nino, and we're going to go back to the severe weather. If we got, some active severe weather, let's see. We do have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings still, I guess, and 6 flood alerts. But yeah, let's see, because, and to the people watching, thanks for, I really appreciate you tuning in and watching this, and I just like kind of discussing, different weather events. Let's see if we can go to the climate kind of model. This is going to show I'm going to have to pull this up. I have to turn on the weather dashboard, and it's not okay here. Yeah, it'll just kind of show over what we already have. There we go. Yeah. So the dashboard is going to show us. Here's the weekly sea surface temperature anomaly. This is going with the Nino region anomaly. So this is, of course, the Nino 1+2 region is crazy, up to like 4 degrees Celsius above average, which is just absolutely incredible. And then we have the anomaly. The latest weekly values for Nino 1+2 is 3.8 Celsius above average. That's crazy. And then we have Nino 3 is 2.5. Nino 3.4 is 2.2. And remember, this is July 30th. Typically, an El Nino peaks in the fall, like somewhere between October through December. That's why they call it El Nino, because it would actually usually peak around Christmas. And then we have Nino 4 is 1 degree above Celsius, so really it's East Pacific and Central Pacific loaded compared to the other areas, which, can be kind of typical. But so it's an east-based El Nino, and sometimes the effects of an El Nino will vary based on whether it's a east or central-based kind of El Nino. If it's they call it a Modoki El Nino, if the Central Pacific is hot, and then the other, the eastern and western side is cold, versus if it's the east that's loaded, you're gonna have kind of different effects. But yeah, 2.2 degrees Celsius above average according to the Climate Prediction Center's own kind of Nino region anomaly. That is absolutely incredible. And so that's definitely going to, have some big atmospheric effects because it's already atmospherically coupling. There's the multivariate ENSO index that's showing an impact. There's the Southern Oscillation Index is strongly negative. There's, all this stuff kind of lining up there. Let's see if we can, of course, this is the latest satellite imagery. I was going to pull up, even sea surface temperatures. There is probably a way to display that here. It's not going to show the correct regions, but instead of trying to load that, I'll just go back to. We'll just show that. We'll show the severe weather. Also, let's see if there were any storm reports, because that is something significant. Oh, and the rainfall. It's going to load the excessive rainfall outlook, I think. Yeah, there's a slight risk of excessive rainfall from these storms. That's, again, flash flooding potential. And then here's the today's storm reports. Let's see how many there were, if there were a lot so far. 21 preliminary storm reports. We did have, a lot of wind. It looks like, wind is the main thing. We have 59 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, 72. So big thing is going to be wind. That we've obviously seen. That's the thing that's been happening. All right, so froze for a second, I think. So here's our severe thunderstorm warning right now that I was talking about before. Kind of looked like a supercell. This is merging into a line of damaging winds, which was expected because we did have a lot of instability, CAPE, strong lapse rates, a lot of instability. But the wind profile was not favorable for long-tracked supercells, even though we did have, a upper-level trough. I saw that yesterday. We had an upper-level trough, kind of over the region, strong upper-level diffluence, divergence. The jet stream was weak, though. Like, the jet stream was super weak, like 50 to 60 miles an hour. Usually you have a jet stream of like 100 miles an hour at least, but this was like a super-duper weak jet stream. And so the wind profile is actually pretty bad and just kind of lets everything mush together instead of turning into an organized event. Now, you see this? This kind of looks like a supercellular storm down near Stapleton in Nebraska. And, but that doesn't have any warning on it. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over here, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now, look at this. We have some stuff starting to come together up here in the northern severe thunderstorm warning. This is actually, kind of more of what we're expecting, more of a kind of linear setup. This is less than 1-inch hail, but 60-mile-an-hour winds. For west central Hakon County in west central South Dakota, southeastern Meade County in west central South Dakota, northeastern Pennington County, and southwestern Ziebach County. So severe thunderstorms were detected along a line from near Red Owl to near Wasta, or along a line from 14 miles southeast of Faith to 39 miles east of Phillip, moving east at 30 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and small hail. Not even significant hail. So again, wind is the main issue with this. So that's, pretty much just a lot of wind. And yeah, then we have, that's with the, that's where, most of our severe weather is in this zone with the 3 warnings. There was like severe thunderstorm warnings getting issued in Florida. Oh yeah, so there's like a special marine warning for some strong winds down near Tallahassee. This is a canceled severe. Oh no, it's actually not canceled. It's a tornado possible. It was like this hatched outline. There's some significant severe weather going on near Gainesville, Florida. This is right over Gainesville. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour winds, and 3/4-inch hail, penny-sized hail, and a tornado possible. So looking at the velocity, we can't just shift into velocity, and you can see that it looks like, based on the radar, if this is the latest, let's make sure that's the latest live radar, we can see this area of rotation. I think this is what they're talking about, between High Springs and Alachua. And we're looking at, this area of rotation, that's going to be that's going to be kind of this area of rotation watch. So I can see why they would say a tornado is possible. There could be a brief, spin up tornado with this. That would not be surprising at all. And see, that's not even in a significant severe weather zone. That's a marginal risk, But so even in a marginal risk, you can get, some significant weather. The gate to gate kind of like wind on this is not that much. We're only looking at like 69 miles an hour touching what? Like, oh, it changed. 32 miles an hour touching like 31 miles an hour. So that's like 60 something. So there is the potential for something, I think, right here in this area would be where the rotation is, I think, if that lines up with reflectivity. If it'll show. Right here. And I mean, possible. I don't know. Oh, they just extended it. So we saw live right here. They extended a warning because of of where this is positioned. It said severe thunderstorms located near High Springs or 12 miles southwest of Worthington Spring, moving south at 15 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Radar indicated, but remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room or in a sturdy structure. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. To report severe weather, contact your nearest law enforcement agency. They will send your reports to the National Weather Service office in Jacksonville. So there is a tornado possible with this, and on the radar it looks like this is the rotation actually lines up with that other part of the warning. So I can see why they moved it. That totally makes sense, because I was like, well, the rotation is actually off here just to the west of that warning. So this is now High Springs. It's really southeast of High Springs where they're looking at this area of rotation. The other part of the storm has severe potential, but they have deleted the you know, they deleted the severe thunderstorm warning part of this. Actually, I think they expired it. So they dropped or it's about to expire. They dropped this tornado possible part of the severe thunderstorm warning. So they left it in, but they dropped the this part for Gainesville, because the biggest stuff is actually over here. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And so yeah. Oh. That, like, so oh, actually, yeah. So there was a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in place over Gainesville, Florida. But they actually, I was looking at the radar, and the area of rotation is like over here, southeast of High Springs. So then the National Weather Service, they actually issued the severe thunderstorm tornado possible warning for that section, and this lighter yellow area, they dropped the tornado possible warning from that area, and now it's going to be allowed to expire. This is where the High Springs storm is, where there's activity, but even the rotation looks like it's broadening out on the latest radar. So even that could get dropped. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska, so that's gonna be something to look at. Let's hold on for a minute. Let's see. Let's see, we can do this. So let's see if we can. So there's a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. There's another severe thunderstorm warning in Florida too. We have a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 p.m. Eastern time. 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's pretty much it. The hail is not that big, actually, so there's that. And then, but this severe thunderstorm is southeast of Tallahassee, but it looks like it's just kind of going toward Perry, Florida. Then, there are, various wind reports of 80 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, unknown, different. So there are confirmed wind reports out of these severe thunderstorms. Which, interestingly enough, yesterday the HRRR model did forecast some significant, wind out of this, like showing those 80 mile an hour wind gusts, and that's exactly what's happening. So, kind of got some, forecast verification there. So right now we have in this area, several severe thunderstorm warnings going on. But remember this storm that I was looking at near Stapleton, this supercell, which basically looks like a supercell. We do have an outflow coming out of it, so it's probably going to be, mostly wind, I would say, but it does have 60 mile an hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail listed on it. Let's look at the velocity, because we haven't looked at the velocity on these storms. Now, here's the velocity. This is actually pretty significant. So here's just south of Stapleton. We have winds of 70 miles an hour, even 77 miles an hour, like depending on where exactly in the storm, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, just above the surface, actually at, it's 5,000 feet above the surface, but, some very strong winds. And this could actually get reflected down to the surface, possibly. If we do a wind conversion, I had some notes, this works for hurricanes. Let me just out of curiosity, if we were to have 80 mile an hour winds using kind of a wind conversion, we could see 70 mile an hour winds. Or if you do the radar conversion, 64 mile an hour winds. So there could be 65 to 70 mile an hour winds in this storm south of Stapleton, Nebraska. It's Nebraska. So Stapleton, Nebraska, even this is going toward Gandy, and there's looks like locations impacted include Stapleton, Gandy, Logan, Tarbaz Lake, Shanklin, Bluff, and Hogland. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning there. That's the newest one. And then this is right by the radar site. We have some very strong winds, even, 80 plus miles an hour, kind of, on top of the radar site. So it's not going to be super, super duper accurate to see. But, then if we went over here, let's go to the closest site for these warnings. It's the same site. It's kind of clipped, but there's also strong winds there. So these storms have some powerful winds, especially this one. I'm like, this outflow is very intense, but it doesn't look like very tornado-y. It's like mostly outflow and strong winds, not so much of a strong inflow coming into the storm. It's mostly wind coming out of it. So that's indicating a majority wind event rather than a hail. There is some hail, but a majority wind event rather than a tornado producing supercell type event. You can see even that visible outflow kind of out way in front of the inflow of the storm. So that's, showing exactly what we would expect from this type of severe setup. It does look like tomorrow there's some severe potential. Let me just check on the thing, the day 2. There is a day 2 2% chance of tornadoes in Missouri. But apparently that could, I think that could, be something to look into. And then day 3 for Saturday is going to be just a marginal kind of risk. Not a whole lot there. But let me check the severe potential for tomorrow. There's actually for Friday. Scattered strong to severe storms are possible from Iowa southward into the Ozark Plains. And so there's a small slight risk tomorrow, but for Missouri. But right now, again, tracking 4 main severe thunderstorm warnings in this section of storms, and then of course another severe warning up further north in South Dakota, and some severe weather, some random kind of severe thunderstorm warnings off in. We have one in northern Minnesota. Then we also have severe weather happening in Utah. Even there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. Kind of out in Utah Route 30 between mile markers 53 and 68 for north central Box Elder County. So just kind of some scattered, severe thunderstorm activity, but of course most of it is up, further over here where the main severe weather event is. We got, wind reports of 60 miles an hour in Nebraska, even 70. And we have 59. We have 80. That was that. Oh, and a tornado report. There was a brief landspout reported. This was some time back. So even that 2% chance of tornadoes did kind of verify. And then we have our wind. This is that observed 80-mile-an-hour wind report that created that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And then, of course, we have this storm near Stapleton, which looks the most, I guess, the most impressive right now on radar with the intense velocity. We'll kind of see what that does, and then just gonna pull up something else to kind of check the All right, so then we have the HRRR model. This is kind of showing what we could have over the next few hours. I'm gonna here's a look at the HRRR model. This is like basically 3 p.m. This is going into 4, so this is kind of what we are having right now, severe storms in northern Nebraska, and then some other development kind of behind it. This is what happens as we go, into 5 p.m., then 6 p.m. It looks like it extends more into this Boeing line segment. We're still seeing the potential for this Boeing line segment developing out of those storms, because these are actually going to come together. So there's that. And then the stuff in South Dakota looks more messier versus this down here in Nebraska looks more of an organized line segment that could keep going all the way into 11 and midnight even. So that's, then it pushes into Kansas as well. So that's the most organized looking part of this. The stuff in South Dakota does have some severe potential, but not that extreme compared with what's in Nebraska looks more organized. And then the wind gusts, of course, are more significant. Of course, it looks like maybe a little bit of wind with the stuff in South Dakota, but way more organized wind gusts with what's going on even over the next 3 hours in Nebraska. Let's see if we can do a... This doesn't zoom in more. If we were to go to... Let's attempt to try to zoom into this. Let's try this. So this is another, maybe this is a better view that just kind of shows it's kind of a nowcast of the severe storms. We have, looks like over the next couple hours, it's, it starts really, pushing through Nebraska, and of course the storms up in South Dakota are there, but messier, the more organized wind threat, because again, most of it's going to be wind. See the simulated wind gusts, not super significant up in South Dakota. Looks like, close to 60 miles an hour. So general severe thunderstorm criteria, but then it looks like
a new flash flood warning has been issued.
Right now we got a new flash flood warning being issued in South Dakota, even Minnesota, from some of all these storms. Then if we look, there's 80 mile an hour wind gust potential going on. This is, within the next hour. And then this could expand. This is actually where things get serious. So the wind threat actually could get upgraded. I think there is the potential for we could see even more upgraded winds. So this is the HRRR model showing near Taylor and Sargent in Nebraska that we could see wind gusts exceeding 90 miles an hour, potentially around 8 p.m. Central Time, somewhere between, I guess, 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time, I think is how they estimate it. There are going to be wind gusts approaching 100 miles an hour, according to the HRRR. So that's going to be something to watch over the next couple hours. If that actually materializes, that will be very dangerous. So make sure if you're in this region that you're just keeping an eye out for that and monitor these warnings as they start moving toward the area. Then we have 75 plus mile an hour winds, possibly around Broken Bow as we go into 9 p.m. Central Time, and then 65 miles an hour near Bartlett. So just sections of this could produce some very extreme winds, but you see all this outflow kind of just brings widespread winds, and then certain cells inside of this could get even more intense. Then it looks like the winds do drop off. So I think that storm that I was, pointing out could actually be the one to do something. But it looks like, those winds kind of level out. And then it kind of looks like by the time we're at 9, 10, or, 11, midnight, like the winds do kind of drop a little according to the forecast, but then we still see 60 to 70 mile an hour winds even going towards Concordia in northern Kansas, even pushing toward, looks like it'll be pushing towards Salina by the time we go to around 2 a.m. Central Time, and then Manhattan, Kansas could be looking at some very significant winds as well. Before, by the time we get to 3 a.m. Central, it looks like those winds do drop off and the storms start to level out and pretty much collapse by the time we get to the next, by the time we get to the morning. By the time we get to Friday morning, it looks like that's pretty much it with that. But yeah. So that's the view of that. There are now 10 severe thunderstorm warnings and 5 flood alerts going on. Here's the latest radar. We do have a meso discussion. There is actually a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. It expires in 16 minutes, but it's concerning Severe Thunderstorm Watch 533. We're looking at the potential for an EF1 tornado with 90-mile-an-hour winds. Winds are 65 to 80 miles an hour and up to 1.25 inch hail. We're talking about a growing and organizing cluster of storms accompanied by increasing potential to produce swaths of strong to severe wind gusts appears probable through 7 to 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Remember I said around like 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, it looks like we could see wind gusts over 90 miles an hour. Trends are being monitored for the possibility of an additional severe weather watch east and south of the current one. So, this is Severe Thunderstorm Watch 533, right there with, a moderate risk of 60 plus mile an hour winds, which has already verified, and a moderate risk of 40% risk of wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, hurricane force wind gusts. That has already verified with those wind reports. And you could see, here, those wind reports, even funnel cloud reports, showing up. And then we have, this is, on top of our severe thunderstorm warnings that we have going on already, 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. But it looks like, those could end up going up. We already have a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning on this one near Arnold, but it looks like that could end up going up. This is the national radar. If we were to zoom in and show specific reflectivity near Stapleton, there was a 61 mile an hour wind report from a weather station. So there's definitely wind verifying in this. And then if we go to velocity, look at that. We have our intense velocity, across this area with that storm. And then, that's kind of there. And let's check in on those alerts. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and in this, I guess, in the visible area. See total warnings. Yeah, 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 5 flood alerts. So just we're watching these storms. They're looking at the potential for extending the watch. Maybe I think it looks like, let's see if they did on the map, but so that this storm cluster is being monitored. It looks like if we get basically these storms back here close to the radar site, close to the North Platte radar site, which is near Thedford. Basically, this radar site right here, basically looks like it's gonna, this storm cell down here, the Stapleton storm, we'll just call it, the Stapleton storm is gonna probably end up running into this bigger, cluster of storms. So then that could increase potential, increase the severe weather risk there. And so that's going to be something to, keep an eye on, over the next little bit here. And some of those other severe thunderstorm warnings have been dropped, so we're mainly focused on what's going on in Nebraska and South Dakota as the main event, the main, slight risk severe weather event. And let's just look and see, are these storms still like in the slight risk? They're firmly in the slight risk zone. So, so they have some time to work with, and so we'll have to see what they do over the next couple of hours, especially we're gonna watch like around that 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time to see if the wind threat really ramps up. There is the potential that it does, but it may or may not. We'll see kind of how these storms merge together, because as you see, as we play this through, you can see those storms have kind of aren't slowly pushing together, but especially the southern end of this could end up merging, and that could create something. I'm just gonna say that could create something. We'll see. I'm going to compare some observations just to kind of see if there's some, not showing it here. If we're to kind of see, yeah, there's the potential for some 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts, even supposedly from this, intense storm, these intense storms right here. But that doesn't seem to be materializing. So we'll kind of have to see if that's just, projected and it doesn't really happen, or if it actually, might. All right, let's see. There is apparently, according to the HRRR forecast, there is. I'll just show it here. According to the latest HRRR forecast, there is a lot of cape out in front of these storms. But then, if we look at the convective inhibition, there is behind it, but not very little convective inhibition out in front of these storms. So that's there. But the storm relative helicity is very low for the most part, and the kind of mid-level shear is on the lower end of things. Supercell parameter is high, though, actually, running into some of these, so that's there. But the super significant tornado values are not very high. If we were to look at like storm motion, it's pretty much not super strong. The upper level, if we look at the upper level wind, like it's so light. There's literally like not very much wind at the upper levels at all. Like there are these small little features that are really helping to develop some of these storms, but really not much of a big, upper level synoptic kind of driver or even a big, mesoscale, like low pressure system or anything like that. The low level jet is not there. It's like 25 to 30 miles an hour. That's literally nothing. We have there's vorticity in the mid levels, but there's really not a whole lot of something to get these storms to really explode into significant a very significant organized event. But there is a lot of instability and even some level of rotation in the atmosphere. But if we were to even do a sounding, that actually would show us something pretty useful, I think. This is a sounding of like what's supposed to be happening, I guess, right now. Let's do a sounding right in front of this. Here's HRR sounding. They do show tornado potential, but then look at this. There's kind of, not a huge, burst of like dry air coming in, a big synoptic kind of like severe weather outbreak kind of tornado outbreak look to this. There is the tornado potential, but supposedly, it is favoring right moving storms. We do have a ton of CAPE. We have a ton of, there is some convective inhibition though. That's another thing. So it's like, And then our Volk-Richardson number actually isn't too bad. That's interesting. So there is sort of a, maybe some supercellular potential out here, but that could be too close to the storms. If it changes dramatically when we go outside of this, then we'll know. There is tornado and severe. Volk-Richardson number is way higher, like 78. That's showing a ton of instability relative to the wind shear. So that's the issue. Like, there can be a ton of instability. That's fine. But if there's not really any like big wind shear driving this, we're not going to see like that much intensification. So I think that's the problem with these storms. There's a few problems with it, but that's one. But they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning for Arnold, Nebraska. So Arnold and Callaway. This is northeast of North Platte. North Platte is not under any warning, but look at this. This is actually a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So that's interesting that we do have that. So there is some tornado potential with this. It's not very high, but it's there. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Lincoln County in southwestern Nebraska, southeastern Logan County in west central Nebraska, and southwestern Custer County in central Nebraska.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
And we also have 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and you will hear it come up if there is a tornado warning. Like, we're seeing these flash flood warnings showing up, but if they issue a tornado warning, I think that is going to show on the system. So, but they're saying, locations they're looking at 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Arnold, Callaway, Logan, Tarboz Lake, Etna, Hogland, Hillsdale, and Finchville. Remain alert for a possible tornado. They can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Go to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. There is a possible tornado with this storm. So that's actually a new sort of addition to this. Then we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here, but again, as I had said, wow, this storm near Stapleton looks very, like very interesting, and it has this supercellular look. That is kind of, and they're showing that. So we're gonna watch for rotation actually with this, and it actually looks like there is some rotation on it. There is rotation on it, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning going on right now. But that's for Colorado. But actually, eastern, if it's eastern Colorado, that would definitely make a lot of sense. But there is scattered stuff everywhere, really. And let's just zoom out really quick. And it's not in eastern Colorado. It's a kind of monsoon related severe thunderstorm activity more so than anything else. 36 miles south of Pueblo. This is near Walsenburg. So if you're in that area, be sure to, take shelter. But the main thing is this Arnold storm. I think this one is interesting because it does have some rotation here. It did look like mostly outflow, but it does look like there is some rotation on it. 51 miles an hour right here, touching a negative kind of negative wind. So there is some sort of like gate-to-gate shear. We do have this other area of stronger sort of wind, 70 plus miles an hour. If we were to change it back to reflectivity, this is a hook echo. This actually is a hook echo. So I can see why there's going to be a tornado possible warning on this. So they might issue a tornado warning possibly out of this. This could be our first, tornado warning on the stream possibly. So let's just, see what happens. We can request a sounding. Let's see if this is a point sounding from observed, or if this is just an HRRR. This is the initialized kind of HRRR sounding. They are showing the potential for that tornado risk and severe right-moving supercells. There is actual shear on this, but it's just that the bulk Richardson number is not very high, so it's not a big tornado majority tornado day. It's mostly wind, but still. Again, supercells are capable of all modes of severe weather, from, tornadoes, wind, hail, flooding, all of that. But this supercell looks like it's forming a hook echo on radar. So this is going to be something to monitor for the potential for a tornado. If we show the 2-panel, let's do a 2-panel over here. Just pull up let's pull up the 2-panel so that we can see as this, as this tries to do something, or if it does. But it does look like a hook echo. The rotation isn't really defined anywhere. It's not super defined, but there is this area in here, but I don't know if that's right where it should be. But there is sort of that hook look. The hook echo kind of appearance on here. And it does seem to be trying to curve around. It could be just misshapen, but then we also have this area behind it that's sort of hook shaped a little bit. So those are some things just kind of to watch. But let's see. As this kind of updates around, and we do still have this kind of area of some rotation, but it's trying to do something, but I don't know if it can. So we would also put it here with a 2-panel. Yeah, so we'll monitor this storm and see what it does, see how it interacts with the other storms out there. Just kind of see what goes on. Yeah, but that's pretty much where the severe weather is happening. And we also, it looks like we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings and 6 flood alerts. So it's tied. Really, it's tied between a severe thunderstorm event and a flash flood event, in terms of the sheer number of warnings. But this supercell right here does look like in the latest radar it is falling apart. So it tried to become a tornado producing storm, but it looks like it may have failed. And unless it intensifies again and we see something change, it looks like it's failing to actually become a tornado. But then it looks like there's these other kind of areas of spin like not in the right place, so it tried to have that hook echo appearance, but it is not necessarily doing what was possible, which is normal in a setup like this that is not a main tornado producing setup. So that's not super surprising. It's kind of just but yeah, that's severe weather going on. Let's see what else we might have. Let's do. Oh, well, did they extend the severe thunderstorm watch? Yep, they extended the severe thunderstorm watch into this whole area, so that does make sense. So they do have a new kind of severe thunderstorm watch area. So they do have a new severe thunderstorm watch area that has been issued. They extended it into a big portion of Nebraska, Grand Island, even Lincoln, Nebraska. This goes all the way to the border with Kansas. So yeah, looking at same thing, low 20% chance of a tornado, 0% chance of an EF2 tornado, moderate 60% chance of 60 plus mile an hour wind gusts and 75 mile per hour wind gusts, and a 20% chance of large hail over 1 inch and a low 10% chance of 2+ inch hail. So again, main thing is going to be wind. Let's see, they're talking about the large cluster of thunderstorms we already have. There are some stronger thunderstorm cores with associated outflow. And so just basically, if you're in these areas, you should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for other, updates to these forecasts and possible warnings. And severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes. So just because it's not expected to be the main risk does not mean that it cannot happen. So just be sure to watch that over the next 6 hours. That's, it goes all the way to basically 1 a.m. Central Time. So that's that. So we'll see what they do with this warning. For example, that expires in 35 minutes, but it looks like it needs to be extended. So we'll see if they're probably going to extend that one. And then, of course, the Arnold severe thunderstorm tornado possible warning is going. We have this end of the line. Like there's certain segments that kind of bow outward and then produce some stronger winds relative to the rest of the line. Like, for example, we have a lot of 70-mile-an-hour winds in this one. The Arnold storm looks like it's toning down, at least from this radar. We're in the current radar, the closest radar. So, but it looks like that is sort of toning down. And we have nearest radar here. So I think that's Sioux Falls. Yeah, the Sioux Falls radar showing these two storms. Nothing really exceptional about those. Again, the main thing is going to be this cluster of storms moving toward the rest of, really moving all the way through Nebraska and then into Kansas eventually. And then we did have we do have the severe thunderstorm watch up here in South Dakota. Moderate 50% chance of 60-mile-an-hour winds and a moderate chance of 1-inch hail. This is, widely scattered thunderstorms kind of going through this area. Let's kind of pull up the national radar. You could see those storms. They do have a meso discussion. So concerning the severe thunderstorm watch, 55 to 70-mile-an-hour winds and hail up to 1.25 inches. They're looking at the potential for sporadic severe wind gusts and isolated large hail continues across the watch area. But this is, of course, widely scattered. So, not a huge, widespread event. Like if this is not like a big severe weather outbreak. If it was, there'd be severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place. Reports, tornado warnings, this, that, and the other thing. We'll see if we get like one tornado warning, from out of this system, which we might or we might not. Like for example, we're seeing possible tornadoes happening in Florida instead of more so than the area that we're even looking at as the main event. Like there's special weather statements going on in the South from just some scattered severe weather activity or just scattered thunderstorm activity in general, but not much of anything. I mean, just some general like summer like thunderstorm stuff. But this is the area we're supposed to have, some severe weather potential. So we'll see what happens with this. And then tracking our 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's kind of a wait and see kind of thing of like, is this going to intensify? Is it not? Yeah. And then if we go to the like models, here's the simulated HRRR of like what we might see over the next like few hours. Again, this area of storms, this area of storms right here, and so that just pushes through. And then the thing with Missouri, so tomorrow there is a slight risk of severe weather in Missouri, but it looks like this convection in the morning and even going through like the late morning could end up wiping out our potential for anything. So I'm not like, I don't know that that's really helpful for any severe weather development. It does show like things. There is going to be like some more instability that comes back. Like it shows the previous instability is not there, of course, you get all those storms that kind of wipe it out, but it does build back instability. So that is something interesting, like 3,000 joules of CAPE. Let's see, just a quick comparison of the significant tornado parameter is pretty low. Of course, they had a 2% chance of tornadoes. Supercell composite is okay. But like if we were to look at the reflectivity product, simulated radar, those storms, if we get the first line of convection that goes through in the morning, and then, that limits the potential. And these storms, they don't even look that organized. Like, they don't look that great. There's the potential for scattered severe activity or, scattered severe storms out of this, but I'm not seeing a whole lot for big, impressive severe weather. This just looks like, a mess of thunderstorms for the most part, even though we have this low pressure and all of this. So if we were to look at the upper level situation, you see this trough right here. There's a trough behind this. So it could have more severe weather potential. We might end up, just depending on the environment and how it's able to interact, we might have more severe weather in Missouri tomorrow, more so than what's happening right now. You never know. I mean, that's possible. Yeah. But this trough is positively tilted also, so it's not super favorable. The winds are okay. I mean, it's not a big, exciting looking severe weather outbreak event either, but that's going into Saturday. Let's see what it looks like over Missouri as this is coming in. It doesn't even show strong, there's some divergence. But again, look at how this is the jet stream 300 millibar wind. It's super light, only 50, 40, 50 knots. And then the low level jet. Now the low level jet, this is interesting because this is a cutoff low almost practically in some regard. It's a closed off kind of area of low pressure. At least that's kind of what it looks like, even though the jet does kind of connect through it, but it's this rounded area of low pressure. We have the low level jet is as we go through even, the afternoon, evening, even into the night, it's even the low level jet is not that strong. Most of the wind is behind it. It's just not, we're not seeing a big, favorable, pattern for major severe weather events. If we were to look at the Euro model, just zooming out to the entire U.S., see if there's any significant situation over the next few days. This is our severe weather now over the Dakotas. Let's do this. This is our severe weather now over the Dakotas. Then let's go forward. This is possible severe activity out here in Missouri. And then going into Saturday, I mean, maybe some scattered stuff out here, and then maybe some stuff with the monsoon over here, in Arizona. Other than that, it looks like that trough that trough just continues to deepen, so it could bring in colder air into part of the U.S. That's the only thing I would really see from that, the way it's just really stretched out. But then we have some big troughing up here in the Pacific Northwest, but major ridge over the southwestern U.S. that's really anomalous. There's even a 600 decameter kind of ridge, which is really in one way it's it's pretty extreme to have, that intense of a ridge. The temperatures aren't that extreme, but, especially then we have like this clash between this ridge here, and then we have the troughing over the Pacific Northwest. So there could be some stuff over here, possibly. If we were to look at like wind or precipitation, you'll see that, it's not much, but our temperatures will be affected. There's stuff in the East Coast. There's, look, if you look at these temperatures, yeah, there's a big temperature, drop. Even, and of course, these are nighttime temperatures. But if we pulled it back to like daytime, we'd see that, yeah, it's cooler in the Pacific Northwest, and then but then there's all this heat. If we were to see there are some maybe some winds, just kind of seeing if there's any extreme weather across the U.S. in the next couple weeks or so. Not a whole lot, except this heat dome. It looks like that heat dome could actually end up expanding a bit over the Southwest, and but then
new information. This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
Oh, an upgraded flash flood warning. There is now a considerable flash flood warning in place across. Let's go to the latest radar. A considerable flash flood warning in Florida. It's a new one. Radar indicated considerable flash flood warning. Doppler radar showing thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 6.5 inches of rain have already fallen, and additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Life-threatening flash flooding due to thunderstorms happening, for central Suwannee County in northern Florida until 11 p.m. Eastern time. So some flooding, some very significant flooding with all these, thunderstorms hitting the area. Let's look at the latest on our severe thunderstorm activity in Nebraska. We have south, kind of by Arnold still, this, severe thunderstorm warning doesn't look, still doesn't, look too crazy now. It looks like not sure why this severe thunderstorm warning doesn't show that it's extended, because you can see that there's a lot of wind, out here 75 miles an hour out ahead of this. So I would assume they would probably extend that severe thunderstorm warning here pretty soon, even into Melbourne, Taylor, Sargent, Lillian, Burwell, even, possibly going toward the Broken Bow, because, this is starting to move in toward that area. So not sure why they don't have a extension to the severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, they issued a special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour winds for the area. I don't know. That's so it's going below severe limits according to this, but I think it could be 60 miles an hour. But there haven't really been some significant wind reports in a while, so we'll see if this kind of just ends up fizzled out or if it actually does something. Let's see the latest sounding, still showing that tornado and severe potential. So yeah, we'll see. They're saying the severe thunderstorm warning for western Loop, northeastern Logan, northwestern Custer, Blaine, and southeastern Thomas counties is canceled. The storm, which prompted the warnings, have weakened below severe limits. So they've dropped the severe thunderstorm warning. That's interesting. It is interesting that they've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning, even though there's strong winds, aloft. Somehow they are not reaching the ground, and so that severe warning is canceled. So we just have one severe thunderstorm warning out of this cluster right here, near Arnold, and then some more thunderstorms behind them, and then two severe thunderstorm warnings up here. So yeah. All right. Not sure. Just All right. So yeah, let's just kind of see what we got here. Yeah. So pretty much all we got is severe thunderstorm warning for Arnold. That's uh, and then another special weather statement. Let's go to this view so that we can kind of. There we go. As you can see, of course, we have the uh, weather alerts across the U.S. that a lot of them are for heat. There's a lot of heat. There's not that much severe weather. Funny enough, this is a severe weather stream. There's not a whole lot of severe weather going on right now. We do have still a severe thunderstorm warning near Arnold, Nebraska, and then we have a special weather statement for Broken Bow. It's like, wow, okay. There's supposed to be, some stronger winds out of this, but right now we're only looking at 50-mile-an-hour winds from this, and then going into Loop City and Ord and Spalding, we're looking at another 55-mile-an-hour special weather statement. So the one out in front of the one that's currently going has the stronger winds. So maybe they expect the storms to actually intensify a little bit, but right now they are not doing much of anything. And it looks like the severe thunderstorm warnings over in the eastern part of this line near Bloomfield and Tyndall and Yankton, those are gone. So we're only looking at this one main severe thunderstorm warning. Wow, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning in the entire U.S. right now. Wow, a few flood alerts. But if we don't get any severe thunderstorm warnings, then I guess that kind of would be the end of the severe weather coverage. But yeah, so we'll see if anything kind of intensifies a little bit, or if it all kind of just falls apart, which I kind of wondered if it would, based on the environment not being super favorable, but like it kind of is favorable in one way, but the wind pattern, I'm looking at like the main like pattern driving this is enough to stir things up at the we have our thermodynamic stuff, our cape, the moisture, the this, that, and the other thing, that's all favorable, but the wind pattern is not. And so that's why I was kind of like, okay, that doesn't look so favorable based on versus some of the other stuff. So that's one issue that I'm like, okay, yeah, not great for big severe weather development. But like, the latest radar is just kind of, showing these thunderstorms, which the HRRR model is thinking that there's going to be these cores of 80-mile-an-hour winds out of this. But that we did get an 80-mile-an-hour wind report before at 4:58 p.m. Central Time. Now we just got an alert for this storm right here, an update. I think they just changed the warning. 60 miles an hour radar indicated, so not tornado possible. We just zoomed into that. But that expires in 6 minutes, so this could be, a stopping point if the severe weather just kind of vanishes. We'll see. Okay, this expires in 8. One thing is saying 8 minutes, another is saying 9 minutes. Okay. Basically, okay, the severe thunderstorm which prompted the warnings moved out of the warned area. That warning has been canceled. So then they issued a new one. Okay, so they canceled and reissued. All right, so this is that explains that kind of change. Okay, 8 minutes. I was like 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So this severe thunderstorm warning expires in 8 minutes at 5:30. Then now it's starting to look like it gets a hook. Velocity is the velocity is interesting because it's not super strong, but it does start. It's starting to have a more less of a strong outflow appearance, but more of like a tornado producing supercell appearance. That is kind of interesting because if you see that hook and then you notice the velocity, it like has like that, outflow here, inflow here kind of look. I don't know. We'll see because based on, we'll just circle like where I think the possible rotation would be over here, but then, or maybe over there, but like compare it to the, that's outside of the reflectivity area. So not likely to, if it's like over here, it's usually not like, you can't, I mean, there is stuff happening going on right here, but then, yeah, usually you want the rotation and the reflectivity to be a little bit better aligned. See, that's the base. Okay, new update on severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County and Logan County, Nebraska. Okay, this one. All right. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. So now there's 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see what this one shows. Same radar. This one is interesting because there were reports on it earlier, or there were reports on it on this. It's this Arnold storm, but these storms going over the same area, and that's why there's a flash flooding risk. And like if we'll see what happens with this one. This has 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1 1/4 inch hail. But like once this Arnold storm, it'll either expire or they'll reissue it. If they cancel it and then there's just this one could do more. But we're going to that 8 p.m. time frame, that 8 p.m. Central time frame, where we're supposed to see those 80 plus 90 mile-an-hour wind gusts, and that hasn't happened. So if it's an underperformance, because the HRRR is looking at the environment at the surface, and like if it's initializing it wrong, that's a possibility. And if it is, then that's kind of like why we wouldn't see things, getting as intense as they were kind of forecasted. But we do have some strong winds here on this storm near Stapleton. So this is Stapleton getting hit for a second time. So this is like literally a repeat of what just happened. Because I'm like, there's reports from the Stapleton storm. That's, what got, it was more of a, organized supercell. Now we have another storm over the same Stapleton. So that's kind of interesting. And then we do have some rotation on this storm right here. It looks like there's some decent rotation on it. But then I guess it doesn't line up totally with reflectivity. Totally, but it does a little bit. So we'll see if they issue something. We'll just see what happens in the next few minutes. If they just drop the warning and it doesn't do anything, or it's like, or it tries to like, get a tornado possible on it again. Like, we'll just see. Like, we might get a random tornado warning, or this kind of busts and falls apart. So we'll see. Let's see about our thing here. Like, still a slight risk. I think the SPC will issue a new outlook, like in I think it was like in an hour, something like that. There's a new update, severe warning in Custer County, Nebraska. So, this is the new warning. They extended it: 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail for Custer County. No tornado possible or anything like that. Even though the newest radar scan now it has a hook appearance again. So it's like things kind of appear and then change. The velocity is showing I don't know. It does have a hook, but it's not any tornado warning or tornado possible or anything like that. But now the severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of going back up. There's 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So we'll see what happens with that. And think can so there's that. So we can but I think they're gonna issue a new outlook like within, I think it's either in like a couple minutes or an hour. But if they end up like clipping the severe risk or something, we'll see if that happens. But the storms are still in this SIG 1 area for damaging winds. Once they're like out in eastern Nebraska, then the wind risk goes down. Then let's see, new severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman and the Valley counties in Nebraska. So now the severe thunderstorm warnings are actually, coming back up. We have, especially down here. So this is the area. Okay, this is that line where they had dropped the severe thunderstorm warning. Then they issued special weather statements. But now we're looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it trended down. Now it's coming back up. So that's pretty interesting. So this is, for Ord and Arcadia under this warning. And our storm near Callaway going towards Oconto is still 60-mile-an-hour winds, but it has that hook echo, so we're going to see what happens with that. Which does have, some rotation type appearance. All right. Look at some other stuff over here. Sphere watches. Of course, we have a couple of those. Yeah. New warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Custer, Garfield, and Loup counties in Nebraska. So now the severe thunderstorm. Okay, this is filling it in. Interesting enough, I guess maybe there's two offices where they have to kind of like fill it in sections. But basically, so this is now the National Weather Service in North Platte has issued this warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 3/4-inch hail. So now these warnings are filling together in the area that we expected. So things could actually start getting, more interesting over the next, 30 minutes. We'll have to see if it does or if it kind of, see what turns out of this. And then, yeah, there's some interesting, like rotation look around this Akanto storm, and then near Sargent and Comstock, there's a strong winds aloft, around that 70 miles an hour. If we were to do multiple tilts on this storm, I wonder if we would see something interesting. So we go up to one tilt, same. Sometimes the rotation starts in the mid-levels, and then you kind of see some rotation come down, but not sure if that's there on this one. So far there's been 19 thunderstorm wind reports today, and one hail report. Only one hail report and one tornado report. So mostly wind and not even that much compared to some other events, even slight risks. But this is still unfolding, and sometimes the reports take some time to show up. But let's see. Four severe thunderstorm warnings. Switch back to that. So this is kind of how our severe storms are going. So we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, all of them in this area in Nebraska where there's this advancing kind of line of thunderstorms producing strong winds. sort of some supercells kind of mixed together with a line of thunderstorms. It's kind of not really super organized, but we are seeing some activity, and it looks like I just noticed this. There is a supercell trying to form down here, just north of North Platte, and could form right over North Platte. It's moving into North Platte, basically, and the kind of outflow from it is about to hit the area, but like that looks like the next storm that might get a severe thunderstorm warning. Possibly it might, but everything is moving directly into that watch area. And then we also have some storms down here across northern Kansas that are trying to or actually, yeah, storms in I wonder if that's on the border of. No, that's actually still in Nebraska, I think. Yes, in southern Nebraska, actually. And there's actually some small storms trying to form in Kansas, too. But what you're seeing right there is supercell action, going from Nebraska down into northern Kansas down here. But the main severe weather risk is right in this region for now. They do have a slight risk that goes all the way up into South Dakota, but most of the storms there are kind of widely scattered and disorganized. This is the area where we're watching the most, organized potential for some, severe storms. And let's just check the latest HRRR model to see the severe weather potential in terms of wind. They have. So this is so far the. HRRR was still showing like 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of this, and then now they're showing for like 6 p.m. or Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then, but let's see, based on how the storms are, is this initialized properly? Because Ord is right there, so they're thinking that the storms, like, north of Ord could have some severe potential, like, way up here. They're putting the strong winds up north, which is interesting, because they don't even have, like, warnings right there. And then they're showing these winds could be like 70 plus miles an hour, possibly. But that doesn't seem to be really happening. The It looks like the storm near the Callaway storm is kind of, yeah, it's falling apart. So yeah, this is not supportive for like, in actual like sustained supercells. Even the Stapleton storm is like, I mean, it has wind, but not like, this is not a big, tornado outbreak day or anything like that. It's just a slight risk of severe weather. Just, some scattered storms. There are like approaching Ord. These storms do have some decent winds aloft, but, we'll see what they do with these warnings. This one, 32 minutes, goes for the next 47. All these kind of go for the next 32 to 40 something minutes. See if they add or take away from those. The ones, the line part going toward Ord and between Broken Bow and Ord does actually have some wind with it, and you could tell by the shape that's why I'm playing the radar, so you could see how these storms kind of, how they evolve, like as they kind of merge together, we can see these areas that bow out. So like the area bowing out toward Ord, that's the signature for some intense wind. Versus these other areas where it's like a supercell, but then it actually kind of mushes and it doesn't really look, it doesn't look very well organized. So these are your severe thunderstorm warnings, kind of, and where they're happening. And right here, it actually mentions right here. So if you're in Custer, Garfield, or Loup County in Nebraska, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Same thing for Sherman and Valley counties and Lincoln and Logan counties. That's where your severe thunderstorm warnings are. If you're in other places, like, for example, Lyman, Day, Brown, counties in South Dakota, or Big Stone, Day, Marshall, Grand Forks, Polk in Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota, any of those places, you're under a flash flood warning. Also, if you're in Florida, you're under a considerable flash flood warning in Suwannee County because of thunderstorms that are, really going over the same area over and over again. And then if you're in, that's it for the warnings. That's, pretty much the active weather alerts going on across the U.S. right now. That's pretty much it. And then, let's see what else. Also, for those, new alert, severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma and Texas. Okay, wow. So this severe weather event is expanding beyond just, I should just change the title of this stream to live weather discussion, because this is, this is expanding beyond this is expanding beyond just another Lincoln and Logan County of Nebraska, new severe thunderstorm warning. So yeah, a lot of stuff getting issued now. So the severe weather is kind of ramping back up again. Oh, and this one is more significant. So again, I mentioned that, I was talking about this storm over Stapleton that wasn't really, it was like, oh yeah, another storm in Stapleton, but it wasn't looking that impressive. But now here's where things get interesting. We do have an observed wind threat now. So these are, sometimes it just takes some, people being in the right place at the right time to observe this. Trained weather spotters reported damage due to winds and estimated it at 70 miles per hour for this storm. So they've upgraded the storm near Stapleton to 70 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So observed wind threat going on right now in Stapleton. So that's, kind of what we have. And the winds on the radar don't even look that impressive. Like, I mean, here's a look at here's the wind on radar. Only like 60 miles an hour at the wind level. So just because the winds aren't, just because the winds look a certain way on radar doesn't mean that they translate to the ground, or, like, that's not really a way that they, like, directly show the wind. But the storm going into Ord, if there's people, if there's people observing this, like, if you know that there's certain wind going on in these storms, definitely report that to the National Weather Service so they can have, so that they can have the right information and be able to, warn people accordingly if the winds are higher than, than just the 60 mile an hour severe thunderstorm warning, or if there's really not much wind at all. Like, it depends. Like, there's 75 mile an hour winds on the radar, at the upper levels, but that may or may not be what's on the ground. And this is 26 minutes. They've, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, for that. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning for Texas, Oklahoma. Texas County in Oklahoma. Now, this is... Texas County in the panhandle of Oklahoma, and they just added it. So this is, so sometimes the warnings will actually show up in this stream before you even get them on the radar. So another reason to, kind of keep an eye out for this severe weather on the stream. Yeah, we're looking at, again, 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, standard sort of severe thunderstorm warning out there in Boise City, Oklahoma, Stratford, Texas, Tyrone, Oklahoma, places like that, and then... to show the national radar, you could see the Boeing storms moving to Ord. So if you're in Ord, you'd take shelter for winds of 60 miles an hour, but possibly even more based on what we're seeing on the radar. The winds could be even stronger. And then we have a special weather statement that was extended into out in front of this severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska with this this storm. So the Callaway storm, we do have a severe thunderstorm there again, for Callaway and Oconto. But then there's a special weather statement extended out towards Summer, and then again we have the considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70 miles an hour for Stapleton, going toward Arnold again. So multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms. That's part of the reason why there's also kind of a flash flood risk Also, this severe thunderstorm watch that they had before looks like they clipped it from out further west, of course, because the storms have moved east. And then special weather statements, not even severe thunderstorm warnings up in South Dakota. So the meso discussion, still looking at the same thing. Let's see. So, yeah. Yep, so that's severe thunderstorms going on toward Nebraska. Let's see what else. Let's see. Let's switch back to the other radar view just so that we can continue to monitor these storm systems. And again, if you see, like, for example, on this map, this, like, the severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be yellow, and then you see the orange, that's a considerable thunderstorm, and then I think destructive is even more like darker orange, or like sharply outlined. So that's kind of how you would tell the difference on this map. Different programs use kind of different ways to distinguish, or they just don't. And so it's like all the severe warnings are yellow and all the tornado warnings are red, versus separating it out. But like, think that let's see, the SPC can ask. I think the SPC outlook apparently, I think, comes out at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So I think we're gonna get a new SPC outlook in the next few minutes. That should update on this map. Actually, this yellow outlined area is the slight risk zone. So these storms are actually moving. They're deeply within the slight risk area. And we got a new warning, a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. The main severe weather happening right now is in Nebraska. These storms are moving in toward that severe thunderstorm watch area. And then, and it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning in Florida has a tornado possible. And damaging wind, continuous cloud to ground, lightning, and torrential rainfall. So we have the considerable flash flood warning with this too. So let's go here, check the severe thunderstorm. Of course, this is just, tropical thunderstorms, really. And so that looks very much intense. And some decent wind with that. Not a ton of rotation, but you never know. There's a lot of wind reports down in Florida from all these storms. But again, main action is over here with, looks like they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning out in Broken Bow and Sargent. Now the biggest activity is moving toward into, oh wait, okay, we can draw on here. That's good. I just saw that. Okay, so now we can go to the latest here. Yeah, we're looking at 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts heading into Ord. So this is where the more intense stuff is. So the biggest storms have moved out of this area further west, and now they're steadily moving into Ord. Now we're gonna have to see if are they gonna extend this, and they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. But let's see about if they issue a new warning out here for past the storms in Ord, because there's a special weather statement that expires in 1 minute, so that's gonna go away. So let's see if they do anything. See if they do. See if they do anything with the one down there. But let's kind of move this over to Florida, where there's now 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in separate areas. Now this is, again, tornado possible, 60 mile an hour severe thunderstorm warning with these storms that are kind of really moving on shore. So of course there's going to be water spouts offshore, and then the potential for probably a brief tornado or 2 out of that as it kind of moves on shore. Then, but we do have to see what happens with this special weather statement that expires at exactly 8 p.m. Central Time, 0 minutes. It's really about to expire right now. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes for 15 minutes. But yeah, what about, since the storm is moving out into the area, what are they gonna do with it? We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. Let's see if it loads in where it is exactly. Okay, they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for the area that I was, wondering if they would. Saying that, probably would end up getting extended. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated 60 mile an hour winds, 3/4 inch hail for Spalding, Loop City, and St. Paul in Nebraska. Also Scotia, Greeley Center, Woolbach, also under that severe thunderstorm warning. And let's see what else we got here. See if the SPC does their update now. Because usually, I guess it's a 01Z update. So at 1 o'clock UTC time, which is going to be 8 Central. Let's see if new outlook. Oh, they actually issued it. They issued it 12 minutes ago. Still a slight risk. Looks like the same, roughly the same area. Maybe they clipped it a little bit. Let's show it here. There's a couple ways. Let's just show it here. The latest convective outlook is for day 1. Start with the categorical. Slight risk of severe weather across South Dakota, Nebraska, and a little bit of Kansas. It looks like they clipped it from the top. You know, that's what it looks like. But then same 2% chance of tornadoes in this area, where the storms are going on. Really, so the storms are actually entering the 2% risk area, and then so they haven't even hit it yet, really. And then the significant risk area up here for the wind, and then the 5% chance of hail. The hail risk is not much, so that's it. And then, so yeah, the slight risk may have been clipped from the top, but let's see if these storms actually produce like a tornado or something in this area. If they're actually entering the 2% tornado risk. Because, yeah, I mean, they're literally just going into the 2% tornado risk right now. So we already had like some tornado possible stuff. So let's see what happens. Um, all right, well, so while we wait and see what this severe weather does, I'll take a break, and we'll be back if there's any significant changes. All right. So we do have an update. So the latest. All right, we do have an update. The latest warnings. Now we're down to. It shows 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is gonna expire, and here's our 67-mile-per-hour wind report. That was that weather station. I think that created this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But now we had 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, but then just now some of them actually were allowed to expire. Now we're down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings on this display right here. But then over here it looks like we actually have 2. So because the one was a cancellation. So now we're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's show it right here. So we have, they go for the next 30 minutes. One is this one right here, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 3/4 inch hail with an observed 60-mile-an-hour wind report. That was actually from 20 minutes ago, estimated gusts. So this is for summer in Nebraska. And then let's see. Then this other one was for Norfolk and Norfolk, Madison, Humphrey, Clarkson, and Wisner. And this is kind of up higher on this Boeing segment. You can see that there's some sort of a curvature. This is like the top of the bow where you could even in some cases have the strong winds out here. Sometimes there's potential in some setups for some rotation, even a tornado that kind of moves off from this area. Doesn't look like that's necessarily going to happen in this one, but this warning right here is one that we are watching. It looks like they edited that a little bit so that, and there's also torrential rainfall occurring with this, which could lead to flash flooding. Those are your two severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now. Let's see if we can show the all right, this is kind of where there's the bow area, and actually this is very interesting to see how this has actually evolved over the past little bit of time here, because actually if we were to play this through, you could see how this has changed. This is a long radar loop, actually. So just kind of see as these storms have, pushed through, and then we start seeing this, even rotation at the top of the bow, which is interesting because we could end up seeing if this creates some sort of if this actually could create some sort of a slight tornado potential. Like usually these areas these areas have the potential for some brief spin up tornadoes. So that's part of the reason why there would be a 2% risk of tornadoes in this area. And then of course these winds are definitely very strong, over 70 miles an hour over the Norfolk area. But the leading edge is where those winds are actually coming down, not just up in the air. The wind's actually coming down, bringing in the severe wind, but and damaging wind. But this right here, I think there could be some tornado activity. Like there'd be a slight possibility for tornado activity. So that's going to be the thing to watch. The other storms, not so much. I guess they're not producing big severe winds right now, even though they look like they could. But it's certain areas. They had said certain segments of this cluster that could end up producing some damaging winds and severe weather. And these supercells down here haven't really done that much, but this is going to be something to look at because of the structure of this Boeing area. And if we were to compare the tornado outlook, yeah, I mean, there is a 2% chance of tornadoes in this whole area, but so far we haven't seen much out of that. Like, there's been some reports, but there was actually an actual tornado that happened in Gainesville, Florida, apparently. So earlier from the stuff that there was going on. So yeah, right now the storms are producing a little bit of severe weather in Nebraska right now, like with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. But the main thing we're watching right now is seeing if this bow is going to produce any like crazy severe weather, like potential like some really strong wind as this segment kind of bows out past the 60 miles an hour. Like, see if we could get 70 miles an hour or more out of it because of the strong winds, but also these potential areas of rotation, because that's the thing we watch. There's like 1, 2, 3, at least kind of 3 areas right here that look like they could rotate a little bit. So we'll just see if there's a tornado warning or anything that happens with this. That'll be something to watch for. Let's see if we can go here and show the kind of a 2-panel view So that way we can kind of compare, see what happens. But yeah, wind side, if you're in wind side, kind of, there could be something going on there going toward Wayne, Wakefield, Pilger, could be some strong winds and even a little bit of rotation or spin, not necessarily a tornado, but these Boeing segments could produce like brief spin up tornadoes. With sometimes they'll issue a warning. Uh, Sometimes they'll issue a warning that goes like across this whole area, when it looks like there's multiple areas of rotation, or they'll issue it for these individual, pieces that kind of extend out. So we'll see if they do that. Like from the radar, it kind of looks like that could happen. I'm not saying it will happen. Because sometimes it takes a little more organization. If we're only seeing if on the ground we're actually only seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds, and these are not that intense looking, or they're not as intense as they look, then maybe the tornado risk is lower. But just something to see if this falls apart or is able to keep going, because that's usually, they look at the radar trends, but you can see that these areas that kind of look like they have a little bit of spin with them. So that's kind of why I'm like, okay, there might be some potential there. So we'll see if they do anything with that. Reflectivity has gotten pretty high, over 70 decibels with this one storm over. This one, I think, reflectivity on the radar here. Oh, this is slightly different radar site. The KLNX radar site is showing 70 decibels, over 70 decibels over here in this storm. But this radar site is a bit closer, so it's not showing that high of reflectivity. If we were to let's just look at the sounding just to kind of see the environment here is tornado and severe. Again, some light STP values. The LCL height is low, so that would be more supportive of tornadoes, I guess. But the Cape is actually coming down a little bit. It looks like there's less instability to work with. But now at the low levels, there is wind turning. It's not strong, but there is actually a lot of low-level kind of wind shear. So that's interesting. Now this is very interesting. Now we have this line of storms is rapidly, like rapidly pushing to the right at a pretty high speed. These storms are apparently moving at 40 miles an hour, but they look pretty fast actually, or the line of storms looks like it's moving pretty fast. It's really pushing very rapidly. So Clarkson is, getting hit by this as of 3 minutes ago. Then this is moving toward Dodge, West Point, Dodge, West Point, Webster. Yeah, so this is severe thunderstorm warning 1 of 2. Um, yeah. Oh. All right. Show that. We got. Yeah, so we still got our severe thunderstorm warning going that extends up toward Wisner through Clarkson. Looks like this will probably, get extended. This goes for another 12 minutes. Might get extended past that. It probably will. That's the most promising looking severe weather opportunity there. Like but still, again, there's areas of some slight rotation at the edge of this, like 68, 70 mile an hour winds touching 21 miles an hour. So some it's relatively weak rotation, but there is some there. So that's another part of this equation with the fast-moving Boeing line segments. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska for a couple of counties. And here we have it. This is the storms near Lexington. So this new severe thunderstorm warning goes across Lexington and Kearney for same thing, 60 mile an hour winds. It's kind of the southern edge of the line. Sometimes, like different parts of the line will have more winds than others. Like usually the tail end and the top that's more hook shaped are going to have more tornado potential. In this case, it's more stronger winds. Let's see. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued in Nebraska. We're looking at right. This is an extension of the severe weather. This is an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about. This one goes to West Point, Dodge, Webster, Hooper, North Bend, Schuler, and that one same thing. 60-mile-an-hour winds, and interestingly enough, yeah, these storms are definitely moving through this severe thunderstorm watch area, and the severe thunderstorm watch across South Dakota has been dropped. So the severe weather up there is not really materializing into much of anything. So the only thing we're watching is this line of storms going through Nebraska right now. other than that, there's not much severe weather. There were a couple severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Oklahoma Panhandle and far northern Texas, but those have also gone below severe limits. There's some, random special weather statements in different places from different thunderstorms, but not really a whole lot in the way of severe weather. There are some weather statements down in Florida where there's thunderstorm activity. But it's three severe thunderstorm warnings. There are four severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So the four that are going on are all in Nebraska, and all just 60-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, so we continue to track the severe weather going across Nebraska. We have currently 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, and four severe thunderstorm warnings. One is about to expire, so we'll be back down to 3. No, actually, 2 are about to expire. So then we'll go down to 2. So because this one is just an extension of this one. This is the one that's about to end up expiring, and then this other one also. So then we'll be left with these two right here that go for another 30 minutes, and this one goes for another 45 minutes, of course, because this is the more kind of goes over a longer time frame, but also that would be the one that looks like it has bigger severe potential. And then here's where there could be like some possible rotation kind of right here. That's what it looks like to me. And then but there's not any like tornado expected, at least not at the moment, but there is some slight rotation. And if the stream has been helpful, consider hitting that like button and subscribing for more weather updates and storm tracking. Here's the radar over the past like 2-3 hours, kind of showing the progression of storms going through Nebraska. You can see this those supercells have kind of faded together into a big line, or a sort of a MCS in a way of severe storms. Certain forecast models are showing up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Like the HRRR was showing 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That didn't happen as widespread as what the model was showing. We did actually get some 80-mile-per-hour severe weather reports, like even from the SPC. That was at 4:58 p.m. Central Time. We got an 80-mile-an-hour wind report, and even a couple funnel cloud and tornado reports. But yeah, right now we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, both for just 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then in between a special weather statement for Grand Island, Nebraska. So probably just a strong thunderstorm, not something totally out of the ordinary for this region. But the storms are steadily pushing to the southeast. They'll actually end up getting out of the severe thunderstorm watch area within the next couple of hours. The watch goes for another 3 hours. That's about right. I mean, and then they will end up, moving toward Omaha. Well, let's see if this severe thunderstorm warning ends up reaching Omaha, or just more of a special weather statement kind of thing. But the area where the strongest bowing is where the strongest winds are, pretty much, as well as the tail end where there's sort of that supercellular action going on.
but everything else in between is just kind of just there.
Yeah, let's see what we... So, yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska. This one continues for another 30 minutes. Radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail, basically northwest of Fremont, as we have this sort of MCS, mesoscale convective system, basically a line of severe thunderstorms moving across the state. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning for down here near Kearney, Elm Creek, Holdridge. This is kind of the tail end, pretty much the tail end of the line. And then we have the area near West Point is where the winds are really pushing very rapidly with the strong part of the Boeing segment. As you can see, these strong winds kind of pushing out. Now, it looks like the winds have, according to the what the radar is showing, those winds have kind of dropped a little bit, which is interesting. And then what's down here near Kearney also has some very strong winds as well, but the very intense winds look like they have dropped. As you can see, the very strong winds over there, but then those have actually come down. Now, if we were to see a different radar site, that's the closest radar site, actually. So it could be that as it gets closer to the radar site, you actually see the winds down at the closer to the ground, and they're not so intense. Also, did look like there was some slight rotation within the line, but nothing to create like a tornado or anything like that. There's also some very, very heavy rain ongoing with this, which could raise the risk for flash flooding. There have been a lot of flash flood warnings issued, not specifically in this area, but other places for example, in South Dakota and Minnesota, because of a lot of thunderstorm activity. As you can see in northeastern South Dakota, seeing several flash flood warnings. And then, but this main area, this sort of mesoscale convective system is where the biggest severe weather potential is right now. There have been significant wind reports that have been a part of this. So far, we have, let's see, how many reports do we have so far today? Today we've had 49 preliminary storm reports. So far we've had 49 preliminary storm reports. 46 of those have been for damaging winds, 1 for tornado, and 2 for hail. And before it was like 19 reports. I was like, oh, there's more reports going to come in. But if you notice, most of these reports are up there in the Dakotas and Nebraska, especially Nebraska with that MCS. And we're going to see more reports probably come in over the next, several hours, or even tomorrow we'll see more reports. Even sometimes it'll take a couple days to get all the a large majority of the reports, which, most of them come in within a day or so. But then we have also Florida was seeing a lot of severe, strong winds, even tornado activity. I think there actually was a tornado near Gainesville. There was a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for it, but I think it actually did produce a tornado. So that's kind of what's going on there. And of course, the severe thunderstorm warnings. If we just go, all national severe thunderstorm warnings are located in Nebraska. At the current time, like that's pretty much where all the severe weather activity is within this slight risk of severe weather that the SPC has from South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas, northern Kansas. But if we actually refresh this, it'll load the newer outlook because it had changed. They had clipped it a little bit. And yeah, so this is the new SPC Day 1 outlook. And then let's actually go back to the severe storm report, see if they actually added more, because they might have. If they added more, let's see, refresh. We have to refresh it, and then it'll. Oh, we've gone up. Okay, there have now been 62 preliminary SPC reports today. 59 of them have been wind, 2 hail, and 1 tornado.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, then we got a new flash flood warning in South Dakota. Again, a lot of, so Nebraska is where we're seeing the wind right now. South Dakota is where we're seeing much of the flash flood activity happening right now. Let's head to the display of the, it's not showing the, the name of this, like, graphic or anything. It's a little bit cut off. Let's see if we can change that. It's going to show it in the main scene. See if we can change. See if we can change how it's displayed just a little bit. There. Hopefully this works where you can see the okay, this way you could just see the storm report. So yeah, so that's a look at the storm reports. Now here's the excessive rainfall outlook. You can see that's where we've had a lot of the flash flooding. South Dakota, even somewhat in Minnesota, but that's where there's the day 1 excessive rainfall outlook. And then What about like reports of excessive rainfall? The observed precipitation over the past 12 hours has actually been pretty high across this region. We'll zoom in. But you notice over the past 12 hours, a lot of the heaviest precipitation has been over the Nebraska, South Dakota, and Florida region. But here's the rainfall. There's some areas that have seen upwards of 4 to 5 inches in South Dakota, it looks like. And then, of course, even parts of Nebraska have seen 2 to 4 inches over the past 12 hours, just the past 12 hours. So that's why there's the risk of flooding. See the recent local storm reports. If there have been any significant reports of flooding, let's see. I think we have had five flooding reports, and then others that are just like thunderstorm wind gusts, of course, which is what we were already looking at, and then. Back to the SPC outlook. Tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Actually, we can show it here. So, again, we saw today's slight risk of severe weather outlook. But now, tomorrow, there's another slight risk of severe weather, and this one is over parts of Missouri, especially around Columbia, Missouri. There's a 2% chance of tornadoes and a 15% chance of damaging winds and a 5% chance of large hail. It doesn't really look like a big severe weather day. Then we have day 3 for Saturday. We have over New Mexico, there's a marginal risk of severe weather, and then for like Indianapolis, kind of southeastern Illinois, southwestern Ohio, down to Alabama, there's a 5% chance of severe weather in that area, and then after that, the predictability is not very high, so there's not really an outlook for any of those other days, so we're not really seeing much of big severe weather. Now, for fire weather, there's no areas today or tomorrow. There is a day 3 critical fire weather outlook for parts of the Pacific Northwest. There is a day 4 critical outlook for the Intermountain West, kind of over Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, and then no areas really after that. For dry thunderstorms, there's not really anything at all. Then we have excessive rainfall. Day 1, again, showed the slight risk. What about tomorrow? The slight risk of flooding moves into the Midwest from, southeastern Minnesota going towards Illinois, surrounding areas. And then we have day 3, a slight risk for New Mexico and for the Ohio Valley going down into the south. And then this is, just kind of propagating eastward with the heaviest rain. And then we have for the Great Lakes, like basically, the interior northeast, kind of Pennsylvania and sort of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. That surrounding region could see some slight risk of flooding. And then we have just a marginal risk after that. So that's, not really a whole lot of extreme weather over the next few days. So that's pretty much what we have. Besides those severe thunderstorms will continue to move through Oh. That was getting covered up. Basically, not a whole lot of extreme weather over the next few days. There is a slight risk of excessive rainfall going into the Midwest for tomorrow, Friday, and then for Saturday there is over the Ohio Valley and the South, and also New Mexico, a slight risk, and then the Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, and parts of the interior Northeast and Pennsylvania could also see a slight risk, but nothing after that. And slight risk of severe weather tomorrow over Missouri. Not much in the way of significant severe weather other than that. So, yeah, the storms. Now, the storms right now going on in Nebraska will continue to move eastward throughout the night. And it looks like that other severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. We're down to one severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty much this one over kind of moving toward Fremont, Nebraska. That's pretty much all we have for severe weather right now. And so I think pretty much that'll do it for tonight's live stream. So to everybody that tuned in, thank you for watching. If you like the stream, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more weather updates. Thanks for watching. Extreme Weather Zone out.